Ooh, welcome back, Heavenlies. This is Heaven's Army playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Episode 3, the sequel. If you all thought that me taking the bucket to heaven was the ending of this game, then we haven't really fully played the Stanley Parable. Now, I could be wrong. There might actually not be any more content. But I'm going to assume that there is more, because we know that we haven't seen the sequel ending, so that means there is more content. Please adjust the slider until the dogs and the cats are friends. Oh. Oh, there we go. So I have to explain from the beginning what's going on. So every time I started the game over again, as in episode 2, it was another adjust the time thingy. And I'm like, cool, alright, I'll just adjust the time, and it's like, thanks. And then I did it again, and it's just like, thank you for taking the time to adjust the time. Not too many people do this. And there was a whole thing with the sliders and stuff, and it's like, okay, we got no more sliders left, so you have to quit the game again, and then something else will happen. And I didn't realize that me setting the time was actually setting up something else in Stanley Parable. So I had to, again, I wouldn't have been able to, we wouldn't have seen this had I not realized that there was something else going on. So, because this was this is episode 4 thing, technically, basically, because episode 3 was me setting up the time and going, wait a minute, it's telling me to quit again. So I gotta quit the game again. I don't want to do that in the middle of my Let's Play. So I didn't, again, I didn't even realize me adjusting the time was setting up something else within the game. So, my bad to be thinking like, yeah, I'm just setting up the time, the game just wants to know what time it is. Please adjust the slider until 5 becomes 9. Was that the wrong 9? Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. I think I'm just being, which of these 2 made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Aku Boinkle or Scrumtush? I'm gonna go with this one. Please don't adjust the slider. I'm just... do you know what time it is right now? Yes, I do know what time it is right now. There's a time that is right now, not the correct time. It's the time that is right now the correct time. Sure. You haven't given me the time, so, but yes. What time, what is time anyway? Yes. What do you... Okay, so I'm like, we haven't even started loading the game yet. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? There's loads of things I haven't told you. You don't listen to me when I speak. Help. Sure, I can help. I don't mind helping people. Will you come back to visit me? Absolutely, yes. Good grief, what have I gotten myself into? Okay, so I think I may actually need to quit the game again.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I think we have to skip this.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building.
We're still in the Stanley Parable 2. We're still in the Stanley Parable 2. I may have to quit the game again.
All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket.
Oh.
And indeed it was.
In case of no one can hear him speak, I just realized that I had to turn the audio down because we were in heaven, and the audio was incredibly loud, but I forgot to change it back. My bad. Yeah, he was probably super quiet. It's fine, it's fine. I was still nice and loud, and that's all that you really care about is my beautiful voice.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Actually, I just realized the TV's really quiet too because I had to turn on the TV. Oh, I did. I turned it way down because heaven was really loud, especially with the bucket. It was reverberating off the bucket and into my ear with all those vibrations.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
see anything. So what I was kind of hinted at was that there was supposed to be a text, and I may have already probably missed it. With the bucket being I already got all of the things collected. So how about if I begin the game again? See what happens.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay, how about we quit the game then? I may have to actually quit the game. Because nothing's here. And I'm pretty sure I got all of the endings. The game didn't lose itself. So let's just close the game and then start it right back up. And then I like... Oh, wait, I want to read the thingy on the cup in the load screen, but it's fine. I really hope something developed by Crows. Yeah, okay, wait, I don't remember seeing this. Maybe now the slider thing? What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Is this changed again? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows nothing, which people do know. And I don't, and you and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. So, again, I'm just quitting the game and starting the game back up, and there's more going on. I'm so glad there's more. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all of the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? If I did, I probably wouldn't be a live streamer. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. Okay, so me adjusting the time, and then me adjusting it again, and them thanking me. And then them making me, I had to move some sliders around, and then you actually got to see me doing it the 4th and the 5th, and now the 6th time. It's time for me to leave. It is still, there's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. So I really don't know what that would mean. I don't know if I... Oh, there you were! I think we got it. Oh my goodness, we actually got it. So, that was complicated. That was very complicated. I got a hint to be like, go back to the boardroom, and there's supposed to be a thing to say like, keep, find out what it means to with the figurines. The figurines, you're supposed to try to find a name for it. And then it was supposed to tell you something about quitting the game and trying to do that after you found all the figurines and stuff. There's a few other endings you have to do, but I practically did the original Stanley Parable, practically all of the endings, except the 4-hour one, which I'm not ever going to do. And then I finally went to the new content, and then we did all of the original game, but with the bucket. Except the 4-hour ending one, which I don't think I could do anyway, because I can't go through the door. And then... that was basically it. Now we're at the point where we're gonna unlock the epilogue, and who knows what else after that. I really hope the epilogue goes for a while, and my friend said there's something else I may need to do, but I also may need to... I may have to set it up, because I'm not ready for it. Ooh, if we go to the screen, does the menu end? No, it opens up another one. Let's do the epilogue. This is the sequel, the epilogue. Many, many years later. Oh! Are we back where we kept going forward in time? Are we just super far in the future and there's no building or anything left either? I'll keep walking towards things, I guess. Is that just wind or dust blowing, or is there something over here? Oh, okay, I am so glad I decided. Oh, I'm glad I got my favorite chair and fire to keep me nice and warm. I could still type away on things. A half moon? Okay. Well, most people like looking at the fire. Oh. Oh, it's getting loud again. What's with all the chairs? Am I going on a long journey? Like, what does this mean? Most endings I just accept as they are what they are. Oh. I'm guessing some time went by because now the moon is full. Walk towards the moon. We've walked so far, it's turned purple-ish. You know you've walked a long ways when everything turns purple. Well, there's a house there, but there's something over here too. And my curiosity goes, house is probably correct. The bucket! Oh, what are you doing here? Oh, wow. I was not expecting to find the bucket. Oh, should I have not taken the bucket though and gone through this? No, we gotta go everywheres with the bucket. It's the sequel. It's Stanley Parable 2. We have to always have the bucket now. Oh, I am so glad to have found you, my precious little bucket. I'm just gonna go check over here before I go clearly into the house where they want me to go. Oh, and I can see inside before we even get there. Okay. Wait, can you fall to your... We got it now, science. Oh, I can't walk up here now? Most interesting. Okay, there we go. I could die in the sequel. The prequel. No, apparently I can't. When you fall on the sand, it doesn't hurt at all. This bucket seems to be a bit more... The handle and everything moves. Did the bucket do that before? Have I not noticed? Okay, before we had to go down there to go through the thingy, but now we're going up here. Are you actually running, generator? Jenny, are you okay? You are running. That means something is still running way into the future? In loving memory of the Stanley Parable 2. So something is still running. Oh, I don't think we could get back. Okay, well, we're here now. Why is there a desk lamp in the wall? Has a wall lamp. Cookie Nine's blog. You mean to say someone is running a generator? Is Cookie Nine running this generator to make sure that his blog never ends? No, it's still going. Okay, no. I was going to say, if Cookie Nine was running this, I would be, no, the generator's going that way. Review of the Stanley Parable 2. So Cookie Nine did a review also on, I think this looks made up, actually. This cannot be real. Yeah, I think they must have made this up. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable. I thought you said you didn't like the original. which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teemed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Really? Cookie 9, you and I will never agree with each other. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole, nobody cares. That was one of my favorite endings. It was so good I had to put it on my Instagram and YouTube shorts. That ending was so good. I think you just missed the, I think you just missed it. Welcome back, Flowers. What are the new endings? I've practically seen them all. Why are you not playing this game, Cookie 9? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. Well, incorrect. We got a whole ending. We actually had another adventure line. I don't... Cookie 9 clearly can't play games. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... Okay, and then it just ends there. Yeah, I Cookie 9. Oh my goodness. Cat Dog is born. Oh, I just did that with the slider. I just did that with the slider. Did I do this? The mammal times. Okay. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Yeah, you missed so much. You missed so much, Flowers. You missed all of it. If you missed 19 minutes, you missed everything. Alright, let's go. Let's follow where this generator is going. The Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. No! Is this the Jim buttons?
Jim.
Okay, enough of that. Sign up for updates. Yeah, right. Get on the green. Okay, it's blurry. When Stanley Parable launched its massive success in 2013, I really loved 2013 in this game. Its creators made plans to build up the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception of the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions. There's no way. This all got to be made up. As outlined, this all has to be a joke to make you smile some way. In our press release they published today, it's clear that more Stanley Parable is not what the fans want. I disagree with that. I want more Stanley Parable, please. Reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, quotes, and to stop assaulting fans with their reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Yeah, clearly this isn't real. Aggregate reviews, scores, and video games histories. Okay, I don't know what they're saying there. Oh, is there more Jim buttons up here? Oh, there's so many more. Bumping off, bumping up on the other buttons. I can't, the game can't keep up with my speed. Yeah, the game, I'm button mashing, but only 2 gyms happen when I button mash. Stanley?
Stanley.
There's a Stanley button? Oh my goodness.
Stanley.
Is his name Jim Stanley, or is it Stanley Jim? Oh, you didn't know that there was a Stanley button, did you? I'm the first to have ever found that. No one else has played this game like me. Oh my goodness, all the figurines are here? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Why do we have 26 of 6 figurinas? There you go. I'll make up my own name for this. I'm creative as well. Ooh, what is this sequel? Where are we going? We're back at the 2 doors. I didn't want to go through the door, so I clicked on a computer. Hello again. Oh, did I actually find you? You said you were going to be gone for a while. Flowers, have you done this? Have you done this crazy stuff or no? It's nice to see you. It's so nice to see you as well. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. That is kind of sad. You have, okay. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. That could be a lot sooner than you think. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? I almost agree with that statement way more than the narrator getting all worked up over Cookie Nine's negative review. Yeah, I have a lot to say about negative reviews. I touched upon it a little bit episode 2, but like, yeah, really, I hope I can keep this attitude throughout my entire career, that I really don't care about your negative comments. But when somebody leaves me a good comment, I'm gonna relish and care for that one. The opposite of most people. Most people, again, they do something good and they're like, oh, it's good, I could just forget about that. It's nothing to work on there. Oh, that's a negative thing. I could work on that. I could focus on that and I could do something better. And then they go into that spiral where I'm the opposite. I'm like, something negative? Nah, you know what? I don't know where you're coming from, but I like what I've done. And then when people say something good, I'm like, oh, well then let's keep going. Let's keep doing this good thing that I'm doing. I'm the opposite one, and maybe that's why after 9 years of live streaming with only 1 viewer, sometimes 0, because Flowers isn't here, I can still keep going. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see by the 10-year mark. You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Right. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard, in fact. Let me show you. Together we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. Oh, we're gonna, not only does this, the Ultra Deluxe version, come up with the sequel and then, you know, the Stanley Parable 2, which we've just played, we are now going to create the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we have to do is change the number of the game's title screen. I guess there should be more to it than that. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable 3. The original boyfriend's half employee, half octopus in search of baby. Baby escaping. Babies twice? Escape the ghoulish printer jam unforgivable swimming pool. What? Well, I'm about to just, I want to see how many I can put together. Half employee, half baby. In search of baby. Baby. The ghoulish baby. The ghoulish printer jam. The ghoulish... Okay, so I have to go 1 from the left, 1 from the right. Okay. The original boyfriends. Okay, so half employee, half... Okay, I see... Now I know what I can do. Now we know. The original... the original's nice. Half employee, half something. In search of... In search of boyfriends. Baby, the ghoulish, and the unforgivable. Okay, so... The original half employee, half, and in search of an unforgivable are 4 good ones, but then we gotta go with, like, you know, the unforgivable escape, or... I wonder how many other combinations and how many other words have shown up. I got these. I gotta come up with something. Baby swimming pool in search of octopus. Like, that makes no sense for the Stanley Parable. Unforgivable escape. The original escape. Half employee, half escape. I do like half employee, half baby, because how many people are having baby thoughts? We're just like, listen, I'm gonna clearly just stay in this closet because I want to see what ending it is, and baby wants his his toys, so let me do this. So yeah, I almost want to go with half employee, half escape. Yeah, let's go with half employee, half escape. It's absurd. I love it. Okay, there you go. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. So you think just because we're going to keep adding another number and changing the title, the game will never end? Ken, welcome to this. This should be the finale. You would think this has to be the finale. In Search of Boyfriends was one of the ones I said just a bit earlier, yes. It's just you missed that bit. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. So it's still gonna be the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. No, of course not. No need to add more to make another sequel to a game. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? Do you like it? But I want you to have a say as well. I say don't do it. It's not going to change anything. Are you going to sass me for saying no? But if I say do it, you're going to go with it anyway? I almost want to say don't do it, but I want the Stanley Parable 3 to come out. So you know what? Yes, change my mind. Good, then it's agreed. Do a sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. Oh. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken trophy, did he? No, the machine was broken, if I do recall. Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The trophy machine is all fixed. Really? That's all I had to do? You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. Who are you, by the way? When did we become friends, and when did this happen? Was it at the beginning when I set the time randomly? Was this the moment of our friendship? We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It will only spiral in on itself, forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the actual current time. Sure, I could actually do that. It is... So I'm running off of... Oh, over. I could do this. All the other times I had to hit down because I start right before 6 p.m. But now that we're past that time, I can actually scroll up. All the other times if you scroll down, the number goes down. So if I had it at 7 and I scrolled down, it would go from 6:59 is what I wanted to do. But there you go. That's what I want. That's the time. That truly is the time. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Okay, well, I've already did this before. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. The Stanley Parable 3? The end is never... You are playing the Stanley Parable 3. Half employee, half escape. What's with the old Ford Mustang? Begin the game of Stanley Parable 3, everybody. What is going on?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Who everyone thought
Stanley
was very
worked for a
manly.
company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Although he looked a bit gangly.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a key.
I'm gonna let this play out.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk,
Yes.
telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
What a great job.
Although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I was happy until...
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
I'm gonna definitely try,
He had been at his
Ken.
desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
I'm gonna definitely
No
try.
one showed up to give him instructions.
The stupid
Call a
balloons!
meeting,
I
or even
chose
say
the other
bye.
balloons.
Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Did I now? Well, it's Stanley Parable 3, but nothing has changed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Yeah,
Nor
okay.
did it advance the story in any way.
And I know I could click on the door and get the other ending. Maybe I could try to get the ending with the bucket, and maybe the bucket will make a different sound. I could try doing that, but first we gotta... Oh, you glorious bucket,
Finally,
you.
yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
Should I try it? I mean, it's gonna take a few seconds. Oh, but the door has to be open, and it wasn't open before.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy?
Again,
Click
yes.
a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No, 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 no.
Yes.
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
He's getting
Now,
sassy.
suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of
How about
witnessing
50?
a true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, 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 no. I'm still not feeling it. I want this
I
trophy
did way
to have
more than
meant
50
something.
clicks.
It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
20 bucket touches and 4. I can do bucket touches. Oh my goodness, they actually do have an ending to this. I didn't realize, but I'm so glad I did this now.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few
Go
times.
touch a bucket. Go touch the bucket on the door. Got it, got it, got it.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere.
Oh my
How about
goodness.
Door 415. Give it some bucket love.
Ooh, I'll give it all of the bucket love the door needs. My goodness, they do have an ending for the bucket on everything.
Now back to door number 437.
The door is open. So this door was closed all last episode. I had to get the prequel done. Or the sequel, or whatever. It's all the same now. Everything's the same.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't
Ooh.
you rub the bucket on it a bit?
Can't I print my bucket?
All right, back to room 417. I'm
I would-
really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
I would love to print the bucket. I would print the bucket all over.
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
Which is right here. Oop, I almost had it. And... Hey.
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
Let's do it. I can't believe it. They actually did. Of all the things I was thinking to do with this. So, now, here's where my brain was hoping. And it happened. Does anybody know what is going to happen? Because this door is open, and we have the bucket, before we go into the new content. Now, they could do this two ways. They can do it the way I hope they do it. That the narrator's gonna welcome me into the new content for the first time. Although this is technically my second time because I already have the bucket before we're even supposed to know the bucket exists. Or they can do it that we're doing this the second time and they all know that we're doing this the second time. There's two ways they could take it. I hope it's like a time traveling paradox thing. So the door that we're looking for is here.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The bucket will... the bucket will touch the copy machine. The copy machine... I would print
Finish
this...
it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430. Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience.
That's right. You know they won't. Alright, cool. So if we could get the whiteboard ending, which we would have to reset the game a million times or just hope it randomly happens, that the offices go blue again, I could get the whiteboard ending with the bucket. That would be kind of cool too. But here's what I'm hoping, and I'm so glad the door opened, because now that we started a new game, we can now finally do what I was hoping to happen with the door to open, and it is. I'm looking forward to this moment. Let's do it. Let's see where they go. Either time travel first time, or they know that we're gone through it twice. Because there's something I'm really hoping to see. Something that I think everybody wants to happen. And it requires 2 again.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Okay.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
For the first time ever? I think we're doing it so that he doesn't know we've already gone through this. Which is good.
Yes, you see? Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
We're playing the Stanley Parable 3, announcing Stanley Parable 2. With the bucket from the Stanley Parable 2 beforehand.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh, okay, please let this go. Please let this go off the rails with me already having the bucket ahead of time. Come on. Let there be 2 buckets. Let the universe explode with 2 overpowered buckets that messed with the mage from the past and got turned into a bucket somehow. And all, like, they're back. 2 doors in Stanley Parable 2. You know what? We still haven't had to remember anything. Was the troll that they told me to remember, and I do remember, and they're never gonna touch upon it again. And that's, they overly trolled me already. By never allowing it to happen. Oh, I'm able to hop up here. Look at me with all the finding ways to climb through things like I'm not supposed to. There was really nothing there, no window. But okay. There's 2 Stanleys now. One not at the computer.
Now to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Flowers, did you know that you were close, but you didn't quite describe the settings enough for me to figure it out? But I had to look it up. And how you're supposed to do the settings without having them break on you. Well, I'll do it in front of the door. Because we'll have to do it in front of the door anyway. You have to go through all of the settings and change all of them. Not just move them left and right or something. You gotta go through every iteration of every setting. Even all the languages, all of the sliders, everything has to change. Jam City, man? Is this really Jam City? This spelt like the internet?
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
He hasn't reacted yet to the bucket that I already have. Where is right up here? Yes. No. Can never ever find the upstairs when I want to. So it should be here then. I kind of remembered it, but we need to change all of the settings. So we gotta go to Field of View. And I guess you gotta go slow. I didn't go like this. This is where I went wrong. I didn't go through all of the iterations of them. I didn't do all of these. And this is why it didn't work. We literally have to go through every single setting. Because this game is foolish with its things. This one's foolish, and so is that 4-hour one. This one I can't seem to change, no matter how hard I want to. It doesn't move. Oh my goodness, it jumped up by 10s there. Okay. This is gonna take a while, because I have to go through a lot of these, unless I don't have to go through every single one of these, but... This can't be what I need to do. But for the content, why not? I try to button mash it, it's kind of weird with my thumb to button mash. I could button mash better with the other thumb. Yeah. See the difference? See the difference with the other thumb? The one that's meant to be pushing buttons, not holding and steering the character of some way. This is taking forever! Maybe I didn't have to go through every single number. Maybe I could just slide it to the left and slide it to the right. Wouldn't that be something if all I had to do was slide it to the left and slide it to the right? Why was there 500 and something that I had to do? 540 apparently. Ah. We have to go through the audio. We have to go through everything. We're like, we'll never... That was actually all of them. On, off, on. Oh, I almost missed those. Oh, this is a trophy in Deadpool. Try to mute Deadpool. That's right, mute Deadpool. See what happens. You'll get a trophy for it because you can never silence Deadpool. Not even in a video game. Not even you being cheeky and clever. It's probably one of my first trophies I got. Was like, can you actually mute Deadpool? Oh, it skipped ahead by that 10 again. They did it again. There we go. Actually, it might be faster to go like this. Why? Because it's way easier to button mash the right button with my right thumb than it is the left button with my left thumb or right thumb. Cool. Controls on, off. So it didn't really save it, or did it not apply and toggle? So I definitely gone through every setting this time. Oh, I had to just slide it back and forth. There we go. We actually got it. We had to slide it back and forth. Now we gotta reset it because I don't know what my settings were. Camera sensitivity was 2. Invert the Y. Make it English. Show subtitles. Make them very large. Show reticle. Let it be the dot. Oh, it actually didn't reset the settings. Never mind. There we go, the settings. Oh, I had to walk away. There you go.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy.
I did.
Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu.
That was annoying.
So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later.
Okay.
I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Bumpscosity? What is that setting? Is it in there? Bumpscosity to the maximum, everybody. Bumpscosity over 1,000. 1,000, please. They'll never set the setting sliders to every possible setting. Yeah, of course we would. So this is something that Flowers brought to my attention. I would have never messed with those settings. Again, I never would have thought that you'd have to, like, enter the time differently. Every time you start up a new game, something else was happening in the game. Like, you're thinking way too far sometimes. Yeah, congratulations, Sitting World Champion. Thank you. This room is just made for me. Great job. You did it. I'm glad you spent 4 seconds making that. So yeah, I would have never thought to mess with the settings. I also didn't think me setting the time was going to affect the whole game like this now. Right, so it's stuff like that that of course I would miss, and that's why I would need viewers and people around to be like, wow, yeah, you need to go and do this. I found this ending. You gotta do this one too.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I've already did the prologue. So, how... There's nothing's really kicking in with this one. It's making me...
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, Let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I see.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I can't
If so,
feel
then
those.
please step forward and press the button.
I don't feel any of those. Oh, I can't leave. Oh, that changes everything. I'm actually locked in here. I think we gotta roleplay as Jim to get out of here. So nothing really kicked in. I'm kind of disappointed that they didn't have a whole story.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
The button described me.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
This game without sound wouldn't be the same. If you couldn't hear the narrator, the game would not be the same at all. So
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
oh, this is it. So we've missed something really, really, really big here. There's a QR code. And that I was not prepared for. I didn't even notice it, but there's something that we can do here. Come on, phone, where's my thingy at? It opens up a link to the StanleyParable2.com. So this is going to take me a few seconds because I was clearly not ready for this. No options. Open link. So I gotta somehow make this happen for you. So give me a second. I need to set this up for all of you. To which of course I was prepared, but there was something missable here and I kind of want to share it with you, so why not? We want to go to the Stanley Parable 2. There you are. So this is what we're looking for. Thanks for whoever subscribed. Actually, you know what? I'm on the same site. On my phone, I'm on the same site. So cool. Now that we're here, I gotta somehow make it that you can see what I'm looking at. So now I got to... Good grief, I'm not prepared for this. I need to copy the screen. My bad, but I want you to see this, so it's gonna be worth it. I need to copy a browser? Browser? No, you just did that. Okay, so I just could copy a screen. Cancel this, my bad. I have to load in a browser and it won't work the same. So no, remove. Copy the screen that I'm looking at. The window capture. Select the Stanley Parable. There you are. That's what I want to see. I'll copy the... Capture the cursor? Yes, okay. Window title must match. Do not change. Okay, so let's transform, stretch the screen. Let's just, I'm doing this as quickly as I can. Again, I was not ready for this. But this is where this QR code leads you. Now I also got to get sound because I think we're going to need to listen to this, which I hopefully it won't echo. Need audio here too, don't I? All right, so this is where it sends you to. So we're looking at me looking at the merch at the QR code. Will send you to the Stanley Parable 2, a sequel, huh? Watch our helpful and informative video to learn more about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about. It's a direct YouTube link, so I'm gonna... Can I open you full screen? Oh, right, I won't be able to hear any sounds. And neither will you. Pause. And neither will you because I always have my PC muted. Right? So that just in case, if I used to have echoes on my screen, on my live streams, because I never knew that having your PC unmuted and then capturing PC through sound through your PC, that was a lot of work. Anyway, let's send this back in time, and I want to hear this time.
Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel?
Got it. Okay, so now I had to also change the sound on OBS. We got it now, right? I'm gonna play it and then everyone's gonna say, well, we can hear it now. And then I'll be like, good, I know I got it now that you're all saying we can hear it now.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why?
Timmy?
It's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right.
Breakfast?
It's called Lunch. And critics are rating that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable?
I've only played it for the first time now.
Hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game.
Oh.
Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time
There was
we
none of
paid
that.
the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game.
Poor
Although
Stanley.
Leroy's money and identity
Leroy.
were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally,
Why
the
are you
Stanley Parable
laughing?
made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then,
I'm Dracula?
it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game
Finally.
development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking
Oh, was
all
it now?
conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating
Wow.
jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country.
You should not
Another
make jokes
common
like
complaint
that.
of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay. And several
Really?
of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2,
For
as many
mobile?
as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which
Wow.
must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man
Why?
is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good
what?
public stoning will cure him of that inclination.
Why would this
Let's
again?
check on Gregory real quick. Ha!
Gregory?
Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel.
Can
In
I-
fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply
Don't do
follow the
this.
instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film.
The teacher is
And
gonna hand you
finally,
the
there's one
thing?
last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise.
Wow,
If you order
brand
the
X and
Stanley
brand
Parable
Y.
2, you'll receive
And
this
Z.
cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs.
More,
And there you
more
have it.
sequels?
Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley
Which one
Parable?
is it?
It's
He's
an
looking
excellent question, Billy. One which
Billy,
the
I thought your name
child
was
soldiers
Timmy.
have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to.
What happened to
After many
Timmy?
weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit?
No
All
swearing.
that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So
And
get
cheat
out
at
there and
hopscotch.
consume. Do
How do
your
you
civic
cheat?
duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform.
On
Tell
every
your friends
platform?
to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
There's
Don't
Time
let the
Draculas?
time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Isn't tomorrow the sequel to today? Honestly. Billy, 1953 to 1956. What in the what? Okay, that was out of nowhere. That was Timmy and Billy. Cows are the sequel to pigs? Like, what the what? Don't blackmail your newspaper or practice on your family to get better at it. Don't do that. Like, what in the what are they saying? Okay, anyway, that was out of nowheres, but that was in the game. So if you wanted to see that, you had to go to the link like I just did, and I showed it to you here instead of, because I don't know how many people would actually take the time to do that. So I'll do it. Okay, let's remove my window capture. We've seen and heard enough. We'll mute my desktop. We'll mute Chrome one more time. And I can close it to this, and we're back to the Stanley Parable. Oh my goodness. Well, that was something. We're back. Okay, that's something I would have never noticed as well. I don't notice QR codes and links to go somewhere. I never do that. I don't hear any sound. I know why. Because I changed headsets. I got one headset plugged into my laptop so no sound will ever come out of my laptop. And and I have one plugged into the TV so that you'll never hear sound come out of the TV. So you'll never hear any double audio. Because I'm a professional live streamer. And anybody else who has double audio going through, they're not even trying. So no screenshots, please. I don't know if I can do a screen.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I want that one, so I'm gonna make the right choice and beat you this time.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Thank you, that's the one I wanted. So this time I win. This time I win. The balloons will now have Get Well Someday. Thank you.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with...
Don't you
No.
dare change it.
No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
So we're just about to unlock the secret trophy that we could never get. And we've already done this. Maybe I should go straight to the secret trophy. Maybe that'll unlock... Because he didn't react to me having the bucket here before we even have the bucket. And that's why I'm kind of like, oh man, like my brilliant idea was to have him react to me already having the bucket before even showing up here.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
So we've done this before, where we pulled the thing and the machine was broken. Test trophy, please ignore. We
As
got
you can
it.
see, the machine is not working yet since... Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the trophy?
Yep.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
There was a computer.
God. Composure? Composure.
This is freaking you out?
Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended.
You didn't intend this.
It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
The third person's too much for you? Okay, well, cool. We actually got the trophy somehow. Alright, done. So, maybe you have to reset and try this again. Because, yeah, like, you should have realized that I have...
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The collectibles, which I've already collected? Out of order. The collectibles are out of order? Okay, let's... I was really hoping for the bucket and him freaking out about me having...
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the
Yeah,
jump
of
circle.
course I would.
Oh, well.
They'll never...
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
They'll never give me the jump ever again. We only had, what, 30-something jumps? That's all they're ever gonna give. Alright, well, let's go and do the reassurance bucket. I was really hoping there'd be a whole story about me having the bucket and me already going through this, but it never happened. Yeah, right? Like,
Wait,
it didn't...
There are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Why did it explode?
Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley,
my bucket.
the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them.
No, you did not!
I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
I'll never forgive you for taking away my bucket. No! What? Did they actually delete the buckets from the game? I had so many more endings I wanted with my favorite bucket of all time. I lost my bucket. This is no longer playable now. We've lost the only thing that held secrets and kept everything together. So I've done office decorations. I thought there was something else. Oh, it's the infinite hole, but we've already done that. Alright, well I'm going to leave, because I'm pretty sure there's nothing... Other than me, like, hitting more of the buttons down when I fall down the hole. That's really probably all of it. We're leaving. I gotta get my bucket back. Can I reset now?
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I almost want to reset. I don't want to lose my buckets. Well, I had 2 of them. They exploded both of them.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
I can't play without my bucket.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Wow, I want the bucket.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
36
Hold
jumps.
on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Got Epilogue shooting out of the box.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
We've already did this.
Of course, with respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
I've lost
Let
all
me see if I can whip something
focus
up.
until I get my bucket back.
Oh,
Like,
perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I need the bucket back and the door needs to be opened. Begin the game. I may have to do the epilogue over again. Because I can. I could do the epilogue anytime I want. Ah, the balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together.
Indeed so. Let's continue back to the new content again. Let's. I was really hoping for something to kick in. And I can do the epilogue again.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
It did 180 me, okay, so... Okay.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
What I was hoping
is what
for...
fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
So, my brilliant brain, it's not happening, or did I make something go wrong? Because, yeah, I was really hoping me bringing the bucket to the new content would have made him react. Oh. I thought there was a... It looked like I was able to interact with that button. Oh. The screen was making a thing. Yeah, I actually hit the button. Most unfortunate. Alright, well, I can quit, go back to the thing and do the epilogue again. Maybe not pick up the bucket this time? Is that what broke the game, was me breaking the bucket?
Wait, there are 2 buckets here? How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
I tried so hard to grab the bucket this
Stanley!
time.
Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
No, I refuse this. To the menu. I can quit and get the Stanley Parable 4 happening. I must have done something wrong, or is there no special thing for me going with the bucket to the new game content? I was really hoping for it. And there was nothing there at all on my game, which means either there is nothing or I broke something. You know what I mean? You don't think there's anything special? I would assume that they would have had some extra dialogue for that. It would have made so much more sense if there was. That was the type of genius I was looking for this episode. No point sticking around there. Then there should be a sandstorm happening next. So I found the bucket in the epilogue. Oh, we gotta get through here first, and then once we're done through here, we can. I found the bucket, and maybe that's what broke everything. Maybe I wasn't supposed to find it. The bucket's right over there. If you want the bucket, we can get it to the escape pod. That's the escape pod, isn't it? And the bucket was up there because I had it there. But I don't know. I'm just gonna skip without it and then go through. I would love a run feature, especially if you've gone through an ending like this. You could do it again. And you're like, we think you've already done this. You could run. I would love a sprint button. That would be great. The skip button was not necessary. The sprint button all the way. I just realized that my thing is missing. So it didn't really save anything after all.
Stanley.
I found a Stanley button. That's how good I am. Alright. Back through here. There is no more collectibles. We actually collected the collectibles, and there wasn't any extra collectibles. That's good to know. So the light is on over there, so that's why I was supposed to go there. And click. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Okay, so we're back here again. My bad for doing this over, but it's weird that we couldn't. I'm gonna say no this time. Make the Stanley Parable 4. We don't even have to do the reset. We can just... Stanley's big. Saturday night, Temple of, Book of the Expired, and Race to the... Stanley's Big, Temple of, the Book of, and Race to the... Okay. Saturday night. Again, the bomb and the poison and stuff. Expired challenge. Race to the poison. Like, I guess they all... I'm gonna say no this time. Don't do it. Sometimes we're not ready to move on. It's fine. If you ever change your mind and want to start inventing new sequels, come talk to me. I'll be right here. So we didn't invent a new sequel? It's still... No, it's still... Stanley's Big Zone. So... This game is something, Benny.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay. So...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It's bucket time.
The door is still open. Okay. How do I get... I'm pretty sure I did every single ending with the bucket, except the new content. That's the only thing I didn't do. It's like the game didn't reset the fact that I have the bucket now. And I could have missed it. And I don't think it's going to change. I think though there probably would have been had it not missed.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable. And about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
Because I haven't gone to the
Stanley
beginning.
Parable was a landmark. And any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
We're skipping the first part.
Ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
We're skipping the very first part.
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, so we're missing the first part, and I think that's why they're not reacting.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
So yeah...
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
So...
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Yeah, so what's happening is...
Go on, try out some of the new features.
What's happening is that we're not getting the very beginning. So it's skipping, I think we're missing the actual dialogue, and it has to exist in this game. Where I take the bucket to the thing for the first time, but I already have the bucket, and it's not working because it's skipping that part now. Which is sad, because I would have loved to have had this
Calling
work.
it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But alright, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I guess. So, I don't know what else I could possibly do. I was really hoping to have him, like, have a contradiction, you know, of me already having the bucket before we're supposed to have the bucket. So it kind of didn't work out. So either A, they missed that opportunity, or my game is not working like it's supposed to. And I would be shocked if they missed this opportunity, and I thought of it while I was thinking about this game today. So it's unfortunate that I can't quite get anything else to kick in. What I can do is, because the thingy, maybe the epilogue won't work though if I quit to the game, not quit to the game. No, I didn't need to do that. I could have settings, because the game, I've done everything in the game now. Reverting it to a fresh install. Why not? I mean, there's nothing else really for me to do. I've got all the non-bucket endings, all of the other endings, all the bucket endings, and then I even had a chance to go back through the door with the bucket and nothing. Yes, I have actually. Okay, an hour and a bit's gone by, so it's... accessibility settings. So the epilogue thing is gone now. So what I want to do is... oh my goodness, everything is... what happened? They changed everything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, all right. Well, don't worry. We'll make this happen. I think, can we just force the epilogue right now, or do we have to get the endings? This is gonna be an odd playthrough now. Yeah, so my bad the game didn't work out like how my brain was hoping. I was really hoping for him to really question how I already had the bucket and everything. And it didn't happen. So I guess now you get to see what happened every time I started up the episode between live streams. Because this thing popped up and I kept setting the time. And then the thing will, you'll start talking to me now. Hang on. Before we get started, can I say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. This is what happens before, which is the stuff that you missed, sadly. Because I didn't think this was important. That's how I know you can care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. They are. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead and pick whatever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. So I will set it to maybe my favorite time. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Cool, so we gotta quit the game again. So we were just about here. This is like, I've seen this. This was before episode 2. And then I did this today. I did this one, and then I skipped it, and then I went live, and then I showed you the 4th time. So, I guess really my favorite time is like, I would say 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Is that my favorite time? Yeah. I mean, I get the live stream. I'm not at work. I'm live streaming. It's a good time. Or could you simply be resisting giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. I actually gave you a favorite time. Let's use another slider to find out how accurate. It's not accurate at all to the actual time. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and the things and how you like things to be set. That's what you're trying to say. And it's good to collect data on me. I wish I had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders and gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Well, let me whip up a couple new ones up. Should be ready the next time you boot up the game. And then this is where I was. Again, I'm trying to paraphrase it. What a terrible idea. Should just read it, but no. And then this is where what you saw at the beginning of this episode, because I started it here. So that was the thing. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Yeah. Please adjust the slider so the cat dog are friends. So this is the news, the headline. The news headline. Please adjust the slider so number 5 becomes number 9. There's a 9 there, and there's a 9 there. And that 9 is not the same 9 as that one. And this is also a 9, but... Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Done. Which of these two made up words? I still like this one. Please don't adjust the slider. Oops. You know what do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that is the right now the correct time? No, of course not. How could it be? What is time anyway? No. Is there anything else you haven't told me? No, I told you everything. Help. I'll say I said yes last time. No. I'm changing all my answers now. Will you come back to visit me? No. Ooh, now did that change everything or no? Was I supposed to say yes so I could get the epilogue to happen? I have no idea. Yeah, there's
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley
possibly
decided
mean?
to go to the meeting room.
So quit to the menu. Just curious to see what else I could possibly do here. We gotta quit the game again, everybody. One more time. We'll see what it said now that I said no. I don't know. I wanna go through all the variable options, but yeah, the hardest ending is to try to get the bucket again and then try to get the whiteboard ending. Because it's such a random... Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. So yeah, we read this earlier. This episode. This was what we did earlier this episode. Flowers missed all of this. You have a good one. Time for me to leave. Talk soon. So the epilogue isn't there, and I don't think it will be there because I need to do a few endings to see the epilogue. Yeah, I think you actually have to do a few endings.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
If the bucket's not there, it's one more quit. Yeah, I want to see if I can actually force it to happen, but I don't know if the epilogue will appear unless you get a bunch of endings, and you have to get the endings from the new game content. The problem is that it skipped a really important thing. It skipped the intro to the new game content when I played the game. Now I don't know if it's because I picked up the bucket or not, but I went through the game. So yeah, the sequel isn't there, or the prequel. It's not there. If I could kind of speed run this, maybe.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh no, I can't go through here until I get a bunch more endings. Oh no!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
2845 or 8245?
Yet there was not a single person here either.
2845.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still
Oh,
be
it's not
here.
empty. Look at all the stuff in here. There's things all into the broom closet. If it was empty,
It
it
was
just...
baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Uh-huh.
He wasn't even doing anything.
Opening
At
and
least
closing
if
the
there was
door.
something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way.
I'm interacting with the
As it
door.
is, He's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
You said the broom closet's empty, it's full of things, and you say I'm not interacting with something, and I am. I'm breaking everything you're saying.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Maybe.
When you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
Zeb.
I hope your friends find this concerning.
Well, I would not spell the with a B.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid.
Wow.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money.
Neither.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
The only, one of
Well,
the...
I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now.
One of the lines I won't laugh at.
You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost
It's
on them.
not lost on them.
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Okay, let's do it.
Ah, second player.
Second
It's
player.
good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before.
Oh, yes I can. Oh, second player ending, my favorite.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I'm pretty sure that is the end, but we got him pretty salty already for hanging out in the closet for that long.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, there used to be a Stanley collectible there, but it's gone.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible,
Yep.
he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Right.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I couldn't get squished. I was really trying to find any other ending. My first ending was going up and down the elevator to the press conference where I get this where I had to go out on stage. That was my first ending, wasn't it? I decided to go up and down the elevator first.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Well,
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
so there was the left and right door, up and down the stairs, taking the left instead of going straight here. We could jump off here.
Room packed with television screens.
And then there's
what horrible secret did this place hold?
On and off.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Not without the bucket that I've just lost now. So
now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
I think that is the
lives
box.
of so many individuals reduced.
This
to
box is
images on a
glowing
screen.
green.
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh, 2, 3, 4's got numbers not working. One of them was fired or something, right? That one's empty. That one's got something. Yeah, fired and fired. All right, let's get out of here. There's probably some other things to do with those stuff, but
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oh. I wonder what's... I to take the time to look at all of these pictures.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
So, listening to him, we just get to head back outside. So, not really exciting content, but... I think I could practically soon end this playthrough here. Yeah. Because it's all the same content from episode 1 and 2 we have to do over again. And I couldn't quite force the epilogue
and a rising chill of uncertainty
to happen right away.
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
I think this was the right thing to do, was listen.
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
No.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
So, listening to him, he lets me go outside. And everything else that I do ends up in pretty bad things, but we have to go through all of these endings just to get more things to unlock, which is so strange. Oh, I forgot to start the computer.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person
Oh,
here
so
either.
when the room changes
Feeling
with
a
the...
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay, I think this is all that we can do. There is no more dialogue. We now gotta go. And then he'll...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
he'll
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The next playthrough, something will happen. Oh, right. I do want to check out over here again. So yeah, I've only seen 2 of these sayings, so I don't know if there's any more than 2 of those sayings. We gotta get the computer the 3rd time.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
So yeah, I love that. That's one of the best sassy moments right there. He just skips the whole room. because I cut him off that one time, he skips the whole room. And then the next time he's gonna react to the closet.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
You can't figure out how to get out of the office building. I just have to repeat the first mission over and over again. What first mission? What's the first mission you're talking about? There's a...
The lights rose on an enormous
million
room packed with
endings.
television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yeah, something's up with that one up there.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I did.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted?
Yep.
Control?
Power.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Did I now?
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode.
Again?
Eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then?
2 minutes.
Say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it.
Too purple?
Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
2
I'll tell you
purple,
exactly
3
what happened to
blue.
them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go.
I did it right that time.
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where
5
you're
is
going or
green.
what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button
5
to
is
button,
green?
screen to screen.
I would love to
clicking
figure
on
this
every
one
little
out.
thing in this room. These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer
4
is
is
the catalyst
yellow.
to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
You
This
have
is
1
not a
remaining
challenge.
attempt.
It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world.
Can you
that's fine.
actually do something
I'm
here?
going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Okay, he stopped me from
Take a
getting
look
it
at the clock,
done.
Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle.
I-
30 seconds until
I don't think I could have figured it out in
No
time.
ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately?
I
to
tried,
your
I don't know,
Or will
the
you let
green
it go
button
peacefully?
disappeared.
Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I feel like the buttons were working, and then when I tried to find a color, it wasn't on that computer where the buttons were working, so I didn't know where to go. Well...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So now the closet thing should be... Oh, we already got the new content already. 2 endings?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
So this is what I was trying to do with the bucket. I was trying to go to new content with the bucket, but it just would not give me it. Is it because I had all of the endings done? And
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and
2
home
endings
computers.
unlock the door?
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Because I wanted the bucket here
Please
at this
step
point.
inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Right, so...
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
How do I make this work? Oh, well, the elevator's gonna... yeah.
Is it broken?
No.
What's going on here?
It just takes a while.
Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content.
Right.
I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I'm not gonna use up all my jumps either.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
Saving the rest of those jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Another elevator.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
This is it.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
That's
you see,
it.
Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies.
I got
and
it.
It's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore."
I got that.
What quality assurance department signed off on this?
I already have that trophy.
I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them
Find them on
personally
Twitter?
accountable.
On X now?
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Okay, so he just resets it for me. Oh, so this isn't...
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent!
This
I
time,
want to show you something!
I didn't deny this last time, and I really want to deny him.
Oh. You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
You're a dork anyways. Good, we're back here. Take that. Oh, we're back. Oh, good, we're back to the normalcy of it all. New content? Blocked off. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That's interesting that we're back here. Okay, I have to go through, but we didn't get that dialogue. We never had that dialogue.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
So at least we got new dialogue.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
And this is what happens when you go into the broom closet too much. She boards it up and you can't go. Alright, let's get a quicker ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Okay, so the computer now should be this one. Done. Now we don't have to go this way anymore.
Here's the door, just go.
Door's already gone. Okay. Wow. Down we go. So the quicker ending I think would just be to hop off, and going to the left I think will unlock a whole nother set of stuff.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And we get to hear a nice song. I could almost... No, I have to
The
go...
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have... Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome!
Yay.
You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development.
Yeah,
And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior.
Very
about it.
superior.
And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours.
I see. Enjoy the song, everybody. You're gonna love the song, and not as good as the one when you step out the window, but this one's not bad.
If that enhances your perception of the value of these updates, isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Great. Now, if you go that way...
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Going back that way just leads you back to the original game. Wow, okay. I didn't do that last time. So now I know. And the song was good, right?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Ah, so this was all desert, and there was the thingy over there that we don't see anymore. Because this is the house, but over there is the, or was the thingy for the escape pod ending. Over in there, where I got the bucket back.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, the waste. I got that ending in my first playthrough. This song here, if you step away, you miss out on the song. That's a memory. In loving memory of little Stanley, yeah. I don't know what she's saying, but something about memories, though.
Is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less
With
than
that
any
accent?
form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Elevator content. So this changes later on.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation.
Good.
Boom, done.
No bad.
And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
No bad at all. Wow. Again, I've looked at
These were
everything.
simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the Memory Zone before.
So
What's this? What's down here?
in the playthrough I had, this was called Steam reviews.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas.
That's-
the extremely popular online storefront for computer games.
Not
I
Steam.
haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's being
A
collected.
little too
down
on the
here.
nose, maybe.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh,
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny,
Ooh.
with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
awful lot of pressurized gas you got.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
I can't.
Thank goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that.
So...
If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. What if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record? Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
So you can't fall off. Look at that. So I was trying to see if there was another ending. Whoa, the whole world went dark.
And here it is. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of
I'm just gonna skip them real quick.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
It's been over a year.
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Oh.
Or 2 weeks.
Oh.
I've been sitting...
Let's make it go over a year then.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about every...
Skip. Yeah, time is really speeding up now that I'm not listening to him do his whole dialogue.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny.
Wow.
It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed.
They gnashed their teeth. I knew it was coming. They gnashed their teeth. I haven't heard that one since, oh, thousands of years. Weeping and gnashing. Ah.
The end is never the end.
Oh boy, now we lost him.
Is never the end. Is never the end.
I don't know how much time we can survive.
The end is never the end.
By years, we're surviving years and centuries, millennias probably. Okay, we got quite far. This is a sturdy building. Nice. Getting near Automa vibes from this. Never played it, but just I'll keep reminding the Heavenlies to think about it. Ah, greenery. How nice. How about we get rid of that greenery? There we go. That's gonna be some crazy sounds. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's causing that sound. Then nothing. Oh, those are the sounds we were waiting for. Oh, something's out there. And now so much time has gone by. So I gotta get the button skipped, then we gotta get the button, then I could end the game, the bucket, then I gotta quit the game and try to get the epilogue again. Don't pick up the bucket because I broke the game, it seems. Farewell, building. I'll miss you. The end is never the end. And we are back. There's a computer here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
This one.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There you go. The new content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
So I'm trying to speed this along. My bad that we're kind of seeing some of the same endings we saw in both episodes. I want to unlock this, get the bucket, quit the game, get the, and then...
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Right. I gotta get
Yes,
all the
you
collectibles
see,
too.
Isn't this
Oh,
far
I do.
superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
In the butt?
Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair,
Right.
must already be sweeping through your body.
I was right.
In fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
So,
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
So what happened is the bucket did change. The handle doesn't move.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
So the free trophy, I don't think I need to worry about it, and I already got it. So, oh, that's actually blocked off? Oh. I was gonna say, if they blocked off the trophy, whoa, but we already got it. The bucket handle was moving when I picked it up from the epilogue. And this was blocked off when I had all the trophies before.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2,
We gotta get this
you'll
ending.
run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
So, Top Hat Guy, welcome. I'm trying to unlock what I was hoping to unlock. It didn't work on my first playthrough. I had 26 of these, didn't I? I had 26 of them collected.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay, I think we can leave now.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Okay, time to leave.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
I have already
Ready to
seen
move on now?
everything. The problem is that with this bucket, I gotta get to...
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet.
Do
how
I need to
exactly
go
these
through this
features will come
again, or
together
can
as
I
one
restart?
single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
I won't even look.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
I won't even look.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
It's worse than the first version.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
These aren't
I
even
wanted
real.
more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Oh, the wall opens up on the other
Possibly
side.
work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay, so... we got the Stanley Parable 2 running. I am gonna skip the intro. No balloons,
All
though.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
All of the...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
I can't... I could take the bucket to heaven again. We did that last episode. The door is locked. We need to get all of the collectibles now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There's one underneath the stairs, behind the, in the, okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Okay, we got a whole new skit of the closet, but we're gonna go.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Nope, we grab this first.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
The second Stanley was underneath the stairs. Third one in the bathroom.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay, we're gonna get almost all of them in one go. I gotta get the computer in my room if I want to go that way.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yes.
Was the bucket guiding
The
him?
bucket is where it's all at.
This is certainly the most logical explanation. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies.
Figlies is
What do you
good.
think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. There's none up there. One at the red door, one at the. Oh, okay. I gotta get an
The elevator
ending.
raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I don't know if I want to get the other ending or not. How about if I...
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I could take the bucket down at the bottom of the thing, I could go and turn off the machine, in which we won't be allowed to go outside, or I could hit the mind control, and it turns out to be bird watching videos, or I could go this way, which I haven't gone, but we haven't done the original ending.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
So, do I need to get these endings? Can I just restart? Because without the bucket, we get dropped down, and it's both a female narrator. Without the bucket, it's the
As the
Stanley
machine whirred into
parable.
motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
We're fine.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
I think I can jump up on the boxes here and get over, so I'll just move on. So now it's going to be all about the bucket this time, not about
It was
Stanley.
a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Yeah, it's gonna be all bucket stuff. I'm gonna move on because sadly I've seen all of these. I'm just trying to unlock.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Fine. Got the bucket back. Oh, I could go in a closet and...
There is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
I can get the bucket
Let
stickers.
Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Okay, we should restart. Okay, I gotta get the other two figurines, but I can't get the last one if I bring the bucket with me. So I'm gonna speed this along. I'm not gonna take the bucket.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
So there's a funny staying in the lounge for a while.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Can I get... Do I have to go down there to the other one? I know I gotta go here to get the one here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I have to drop down here to get this one. And then there's another one.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines.
Figler
Very soon,
and Marines.
You'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Okay, so my brain, I'm trying to remember how to get to the door. Is it when I jump down there and go that way? Or is it taking the left before going here and taking the elevator down? That's where I don't remember.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you?
No.
What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording?
Well, you're
it was all
a
just
recording,
in Stanley's head.
not a tape recording.
I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all
I've done
your
nothing
fault.
to you. You just reset the game and let's go back. So I got a 50-50
All
here.
of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
The doors to the right off the thing, or is the doors down that
Stanley came to
elevator?
a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. and
I'm gonna
Stanley
go
knew it
drop off the
perfectly
thingy.
well.
I think.
Perhaps he wanted
I
to
hope.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
I think
it.
going to the right gives me the third
Wow.
door option.
Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door
I
on his
don't
left.
think it is this one.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Have we?
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
To be.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you.
So-
To show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
You can't take the bucket past this point. You gotta go that way and do the silly mini game. So
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No. We get this and we're done.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
The Stiggly
Savor
Wiggly.
this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
So-
This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting
But that
them,
would be a reward.
But that would be like a reward, and we
Yeah,
can't have that.
we can't have that.
Instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Okay, so now that we've done this, we can either reset right now.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy?
I mean,
all
you
this
did let me
time?
escape when I
The
listened to
problem is
you.
all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay, this is the... Can I go... I'm gonna go back, so...
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Nope.
If we just stay right here... No, wait. Where are you going?
So, I almost want to
no.
skip...
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset.
Actually, I
We'll
won't hurt
lose all
myself.
of this.
Um,
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
I'm gonna go back after I do this
Please,
once.
Stanley. No!
We're fine.
Oh, thank God you lived.
Yeah.
You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Yes, let's do it this time. So I just kept doing this because I'm assuming always never listening to him is an ending, but oh whoa.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
I don't think anything will happen here. I think we have to go... I think we have to go and do the thingy again, over and over. My character will not... My character can, for some reason, not relax and have peace.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
No, there isn't. And but I go... let's just reset. There's no point to. Let's just reset, because I think the world will be changed. Yep, the world's already changed. Good.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figlets.
Those figlies.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but would
It's
you
a
please
3D
indulge me with
image.
one more trip back to
It's
the
a
memory zone?
3D image
I
of
would
plat.
love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Okay.
Just one more time.
So once I get this done, everybody, I can quit the game, and we should be able to unlock the prequel again. And then I'm not gonna pick up the bucket because I feel like that's what broke it. There you go. I knew that this is what changes this. We head down.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
One of the better endings is this one too. 7 of 6. Okay. I did 1 down to 3 was. There's
And here was a second Stanley.
under the
I'll
stairs.
be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
So, because I caught them this way, kind of actually all the way I found them before, we were chopping through a whole bunch of places. It was the bosses.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand?
It was the
Can you
boss's
remember?
bathroom, but I want to do it wrong. Boss's office. Let's go wrong.
No. Behind the boss's office was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd.
Figanley.
Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the boss's office feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
So you're not gonna go on a big tangent of like the 3rd time and you always remember the 3rd time at all? Okay, so yeah. Again, this never happened.
Let's see. What came next?
We gotta follow?
Oh yes,
Thanks.
we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember
We
being in
didn't.
this room, but it's here in the memory zone.
This
so it
is
must
behind the boss's office was the 4th one. It was the boss's bathroom, then the boss's office. And then yeah, so this one leads to the same one. I wonder if I would have got the other one. Oh, I wonder if we would have got the other one, how that would have
This
turned
was
out.
the 5th mini stand,
Oh,
and this one was really something special. It was in the
The
warehouse.
video.
I remember it so clearly.
Can I
In
fall
fact,
off?
Because this one is particularly special to me,
No,
I
you-
made a little video
you-
to commemorate
you can't
the
fall off.
occasion. Enjoy.
You cannot fall off. Okay. Astro's here as well. And Vim. We gotta like I have to go through this again. We've already gone through all of this. I really want to try to get that other thingy that I hope will happen. The high five again. The bucket and my high five is the best though. I really think you can do this video in 8 minutes. Yes, if you depending on how you find the figurines, it will change.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time making that
8
video. But it
minutes.
was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8 whole minutes, everybody. Yeah, alright, so now we gotta go through here to go back through the red and blue door to the door on the left. So I got this one last again as well. I should have gotten this one 5th and then see how it.
And then, Stanley,
Connects.
then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine.
I wonder if I could
right
left
here
that
by
one-
the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
I guess you
It
would
was
get a different
moment
edit.
Unlike any other.
I almost wanted to
Except
see
for
the other ending.
moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I would have loved to see a different edit because I had that one twice now. Well, there you have it. I'll go nice this time. Let's go back to the present and then back through the
And
past
then
backwards.
There was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future.
No,
Goodbye,
let's
memory
go back to
zone.
the past. Let's do it all over again. Cut the load screen, cancel it, let's go backwards.
No, I'm not done.
I like
I'm
this
not ready
one.
to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Yeah, indeed. This was a great ending.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I'm trying to speed run this. Okay,
And here's where I made that video.
the funny-
Don't you remember
the funny video
we
edit.
watched?
and done. Basically, yeah,
Yes,
done.
I love that.
What
video.
an edit. Yep, he made the
Still don't remember the
figurines.
pink room, Stanley.
It never
Still
happened.
No memory of this one. Good room though. A solid room.
It's a solid pink, but yeah, it's not. We never got one in there. Boss's
These
office.
really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them.
Any reward.
I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
What a
Oops,
genius
one.
way to not reward, but absolutely reward you. Wonderful. Oh, I've never actually gone back. Oh. Okay, we can't go. Okay, I'm trying to do all different things. That almost looked like a bucket. I almost picked it up immediately.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it.
I
too.
collected them all in
the
order.
past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Can you skip the Figley? Can you skip it and not pick them up? And back to number 1.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
You can skip it, and what happens? Now I'm curious.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond
You
of it
love
now.
this content now, do
Look how
you?
much fun the past is. I want more memories.
He likes the content now.
Oh yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Nothing happens. All right. Well, that would be back to the office.
And before everything else, there was your office.
But before
Was
that,
there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now.
oh, do you?
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time.
One finger
I'll
typing.
take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory?
One more?
Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay, so we reset again. If you're talking about going out of the map through the window, I've done that with and without the bucket. Both very funny
All of his
endings.
co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this... Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Okay, so I think now that I finished both the time skip thingy and I found the figurines.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Stay in the little hall and go back. Way too late.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now.
Everything should be good to go. I'm gonna quit the game now and see if I can get the Epilogue. Oh, it's already here, so I don't have to quit the game. All the other times I had to quit the game, but I already had it ready. Oh, so if you skip the games a bunch, you got the Epilogue already ready to go. Never mind, I don't even have to quit the game. I'm trying to do something else that you probably already missed, by the way. I've already beat this game fully. I'm trying to get something to happen. Many, many years later. I thought, yes, there's an epilogue. I already did the epilogue earlier this episode, but I tried to get something. It's why I'm doing something so quickly, and I'm only doing specific endings that I've already done, because I already know how to unlock the epilogue. I'm trying to see if the game will break itself by me having the bucket before going to the new content. And it didn't work when I tried the first time, because I grabbed the bucket in the sequel at the very beginning. So now I'm going to try to not grab the bucket, go there, have the bucket without the stickers, I guess, because I had the stickers on the bucket too. And then maybe when I go there without the stickers on the bucket, it'll probably work out. We'll figure it out. I've seen this like 3 times now, trying to get this to work. Is there spoilers here? Yeah, I guess there would be a spoiler. Do you not know how to unlock the epilogue, though? You have to set it up by quitting the game 4 or 5 times and choosing the stuff to do before you even start the game. You have to set the time. Remember that you were doing things before the game even started? Those all matter. Set the time again, move the sliders, do the thing. Oh, it's different! Because I never sent the bucket away, it's not over there. You can actually have that many variables of this game? That's ridiculous. So I didn't send the bucket away. And I lost that bucket that one moment. Oh, really? So if you send it away, it shows up here in the future. What? How in the what? And I can have the bucket with me in the epilogue. You can do it if you want to. And I had it, but nothing happened when I took the bucket to the new content. And it didn't work. I guess this might actually be spoilery, so... yeah, I think I gotta run away. But I didn't realize that I've done so much on my first playthrough, I probably skipped everything that I wanted to see. Yeah, I don't need to read all of these. We've already done this. It's the 3rd time now we've done this. There is the Stanley button, though, I would like to to interact with. Maybe me hitting the Stanley buttons also what's breaking it. No, let's not hit the Stanley button. Let's pick up all of the awesome Stanley Green figures. "26 of 6 again. Maybe getting more than 24 breaks the sequence too? I don't know. Hello again. So I'm gonna say yes because we want to unlock the new part of the game by opening up the door to get back to the new content. The problem is that with the bucket. The Stanley Parable 3 Part 5 sequel, beyond the sequel, it's definitely got to be sequel. Lord of the sequel, Passion of the sequel, Beyond sequel, Part 5 sequel, or Return to sequel. I'm glad that we have sequel, because that works quite nicely. Return to sequel, Beyond sequel, which is even better than that, and then Passion of and Lord. Let's go Beyond sequel. It's actually quite good. I actually might work out if the Stanley Parable 2 and 3 really truly did come out. actually have a good title for once. Yeah, and I'm glad I had a chance to try that. Let's actually do it. There you go. And now he's gonna... I already have the trophy, so it's crazy that I already have it. Keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Okay, so now we're playing Stanley Parable 3. Beyond the sequel. We can play the game, skip the intro, because we don't need to listen to it. Boop. And then... oh, I could go to heaven right away.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Now, I got the bucket without the stickers, too. Everything is very different. I don't have all of the endings in this playthrough, so I did so well, maybe I had too many. I think we skipped it again, though, didn't we? I would have loved to have gone...
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, so I feel like
yes, you see,
we're skipping a
isn't this
sequence.
Far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Does it say who farted? On the cup of all things.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay, I still have a few jumps left. I could have added balloons around the office, but I didn't. The easy trophy is...
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
So
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you.
So we've already
It's as simple as that.
already got this trophy.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the trophy?
Already have the trophy.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We've seen everything. So, unfortunately, maybe there isn't. And if I go and I watch another video, everybody, and they get the ending that I'm trying to get. So, here's my vision of this if they don't have it in the game, which is going to be shocking if they don't. And if it is in the game, why can't I see it? So, my vision of me bringing the bucket here was that we go through the beginning again. And with the bucket, I show up to the thing, to the jump circle, and he's like, wait, how do you have the bucket when we're only now entering into this new game content? As we go further, he's gonna start cluing in that, like, the bucket was kind of one of his ideas it was going to come up with, but I already have the bucket. I already have gone in there, and I've done that earlier this episode as well. And then by the time we get to this point, he's gonna be like, you already have the bucket, how do you have the bucket? So it's sad that it didn't work out that way, or at least it didn't work on my playthrough. But going to the bucket now, all he's going to do is blow up both of the buckets, and I'm gonna lose the buckets again. So I really don't want to do that. It's unfortunate that you can't quite get the reset unless you quit the game, start all over, and then go back in here again from a new game. Maybe that is how it'll work. Let's quit the game. Oh, the car's still driving by? It's gonna be Stanley Parable 4 when we play this game next. And can I get the stickers on my bucket now, and maybe that will change it? And maybe I should also, with the stickers on my bucket, send the bucket away. With the stickers on. Because I could do that too. A pocket full of... No. How about original... Race to the Love. Stanley Parable 4. Begin the game again. Race to the Love. I can get the bucket to the thing. Or I can try to take the bucket to the thingy again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
If we don't go to the new content, I'm gonna reset right away, because there's no need to go to the elevator content and not get the thing that I was dreaming would happen. We skipped. We're already past the new content bit, so yeah, like it keeps skipping what I want to go through. Begin the game again. Put on the sticker. Send the bucket away.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I could do all of
What
that
could it mean?
in this
Stanley
move.
decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Now with the bucket around. Okay, to go to...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
To get the stickers, we gotta go left. We gotta get the stickers and then go to the escape pod. We could do it all right now.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office... Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
Oh, are they
The broom
assassin?
closet. It wants the
They
bucket.
will not have
You
it.
can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it.
I think
now.
we gotta
It's a
go...
bucket
I think we
that
gotta
belongs
wait
in
here
a
for a
broom
while. It's gonna
closet.
take a
That's
long
what
while
the
to get
broom
our
closet
stickers
is
here,
trying
right?
to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
So...
You know what? I could take the name-calling and
This
the
should be it.
dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
There you go. So yeah, that's it. That's all we need to do. I mean, we could go back in one more time after a reset, but...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, so all we need to do is sequence break this to get the escape pod ending, and we are good to go. Really?
Stepping in.
There we go. Got it. Let's go. It's too close to comfort to go take another step in, right? So... And now, onward to destiny, to the, I'll send my beautiful bucket away. I'll miss you, bucket. It'll be a sad ending, but don't worry, I'll see you in the epilogue. So you're gonna be with me in the very far future. I planned all of this out. And then having it there and then going through it again with the epilogue should go, maybe that'll fix it, but maybe, I don't know how I broke it the first time. Am I just special enough to keep breaking games? You are now leaving. 6 of these stairs to go up. No music, no narrator. And finally 6. This was probably one of the saddest endings and the most shocking ending for me. Because I wasn't going to give... Oh, I could try to put the bucket into the machine. I never even thought to do that because I was never going to let go of the bucket. But I never tried to put the bucket in the bucket destroying machine either. And I kind of did everything else at this point now. Oh, this is sad. This is the saddest moment ever. Next to possibly destroying the bucket. How many people wept? To the future. So, shockingly enough, we could quit the menu, go back to the future. I mean, I'm making my own story up now. Just like, go ahead, do this, send the bucket to the future, go back to the future, now the bucket will be there. And it's just like, what? Yeah, I'm doing it all. And again, I'm gonna be really disappointed if my ending truly is here. How about if I don't move? If the ending that I wanted with the bucket being there before it's supposed to be there, but the narrator catches on that it's there, does exist. I don't know why I can't get that to happen. If it doesn't exist, I hope to hear me and then come up with that brilliant idea, because I should have been in this game. Aha. One more screen. Okay. And there it is. So, I never would have guessed that sending the bucket off in the escape pod allows it to actually appear here. That's wild. And I love it because now like I actually had control over something as well. Yeah, no, it's absolutely wonderful. Oh. Like okay. We're back. We're back. Now this bucket has a moving handle, and that's what I commented on the beginning of this episode. The first bucket doesn't have a moving handle. This one does. And there seems to be some maximum limit of collecting figurines. Because they're not here again. I got the bucket with me. The bucket, hello again. I should, if there's bucket, I should choose bucket. Maybe that'll be the code. Stanley Parable 5 already. Apple, monkeys, holes, skeleton, printer gem. The final lawsuit. Why not? I saw it right away. There was no bucket, sadly. Good. Okay, here we go. We already got the broken trophy. The machine is fixed. Actually, what time is it now? Time is just flying. Okay. The final lawsuit, and it's... Okay. That actually almost worked out way too well. I don't know, I think I like my other one.
This is the story of a man named
Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him.
Is there...
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Listen, just because I... Wait a minute, how do I reset the thingy? Maybe I'm doing it wrong this whole time? I think I got a way to do it. But I can't lose the bucket. Or maybe I need another ending. Because we keep skipping the thing I wanna go to. We gotta go to the end.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable.
I think I got it.
How roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe
I think we gotta go through the whole
The
ending.
original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
So, there's two ways to go about this. I could destroy the bucket, go through the ending...
Yes, you see? Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions?
And hopefully we reset when he says, hey, go through here.
Sequel, an entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
I've done all of the
work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
From what I can tell, Ken, I've done every ending except the art ending, which is a 4-hour puzzle. And I am not doing a 4-hour puzzle on a 4-hour live stream. I've got every other ending I could possibly think of. What I'm trying to unlock now is to try to get to see if the narrator understands that I'm bringing the bucket to this point before I was even supposed to bring the bucket here. And it's not working, and I'm kind of disappointing if it's not in this game. So what I'm trying to do now is either I destroy the bucket and I continue on through the end of this and we get to go through the gate with him again. And if that doesn't work, then I don't know what else. Oh, I also got to get the balloons. Maybe I got to actually change the balloons.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
We got to get the epilogue and the balloons, maybe, or skip the epilogue.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I want those.
Sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Okay, this time it'll be added to the game, I hope. So, I don't know if I should destroy the bucket.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
I don't know if I should destroy the bucket, go through with the bucket, and then make it happen, or just keep the bucket and go through the game. I really don't know. And I kind of want to unlock it, but I gotta go through this ending again, I think.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But all right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
I
Ready
was...
to move on now?
I don't know. I'm about done with this game. I've done practically every single other ending I could possibly think of that's known
Stanley,
to me.
What do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Even brought the bucket to the epilogue
together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Epilogue.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into
Tastefully.
it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I wonder if I have to... Because I couldn't get the door open when I unlocked the Stanley Parable 2. All right, the door is now closed, and I couldn't get it to happen. But I have the bucket still, and now the balloons are here.
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Now the bucket's
Stanley
here.
decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
It says new content without the sign. And I'm trying so hard to, like, get to the sign part. But it's not working. And I don't know if I need to get more endings to make the door happen or not, but I can't seem to get what I was hoping to have happen. Yeah, it skips that. And I don't want to hear this explanation again because he doesn't talk about the bucket, sadly. So I have no idea how to make this happen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can I go without the bucket? It's still the exact same thing. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I overthought the comedy way too much. But sadly,
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
I'm sure.
If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
No, it's not.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the
If
bucket.
we go back to
Now
my
ride the lift
apartment...
all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Going back up to my pretend apartment, that turns into the destroy the bucket thing, and going this way, I can't take the bucket down with me because of the door, right?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding.
Okay, no, I don't know. I think I gotta call this quits, everybody. Hopefully you liked my idea of what I was hoping the game would do.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Yeah, so...
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket.
Oh, these
a
all
committed
reset,
bucket,
right.
A bucket of culture and distinction.
So yeah, anyway, who knows? The content is still not there.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
It's unfortunate.
Stanley had felt the bucket
Let me
calling
know
to
what you
him,
think about
telling
my
him
idea
that the
of the
employee lounge
bucket
was simply the place to
being
be.
somewhere where
And
it's
here
not
it
supposed to
was.
be
Had
before
the
it goes
bucket turned
there.
out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the
Heading
door
down
on his
is to
left to
death.
go back to the meeting room.
So we gotta go through the vent then.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Does this lead... Oh no, so the path up there is gone. I guess we gotta go through the vent because that'll unlock the rehab. They gotta get rid of the bucket thingy, or
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know.
oh, I don't think this is where I was going.
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Wait,
Sheer
it was sounds like it was through the
euphoria I
tape.
feel
Now it's in my head.
every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling.
This is the one where it just ends really weirdly and abruptly. I had to go up the elevator, did I? Oh. Cause yeah, I don't
All
know.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he... the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Yeah, I don't just so I can't get to the red.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Can I keep sending buckets to the future and have multiple buckets? Anyway, I'm gonna call it quits here because yeah, my amazing idea of the bucket being ahead of its time
This was not
is
the
not
correct way to the
happening.
meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Maybe the way to end this
And
is
here
to
it
destroy
was.
the
Had
bucket.
the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I didn't wait for the
Stanley
thingy.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room,
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Sure, absolutely. Is this the... Oh, I didn't do
Now
this.
pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
I
Pick
did.
up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
I didn't do this ending.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
I didn't do this
Were you
ending.
trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
I forgot this
Can't
one.
you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker?
It was the voice. It was the
Comedic
voice.
Timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video.
I
on
forgot about
comedy
this
that one
ending.
can watch to fully. Oh wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Oh, Freedom, come
What
on.
is comedic timing?
Oh, you
How
changed.
does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly,
Political
can it be
enemies.
taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Yes.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh,
Yeah?
in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit,
Is that-
with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle
Oh,
from your body.
Is that it?
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Is it
To
now?
begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time.
And then the name
With
again?
these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
It's time to begin the
Speak
humor.
the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary.
Wait, wow.
When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice,
Your name.
"I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
No, I'm not doing this. I'm not saying I'm done with the funny. Get out of here.
Good. This saying is a
Good.
perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how
Data?
rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times.
3 arms?
Just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is.
He did-
With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter.
Oh,
In no
tripled.
time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp.
You gut-busting
After all,
little scamp.
we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence.
12-legged
and will very
invaders?
likely die in a hailstorm
What's with the
of
one on the
bullets
top
and
right?
mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause.
Oh,
just
the
as
hands
our
are up
children
for-
must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Wow, that went a little crazy at the end.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it?
Yeah?
Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind,
Hand
I
up.
believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic
Can you warp me
delivery.
to the
Come
red?
on, let's head back.
Can you warp me to the red and... This was what I was trying to do! Oh, is this how you get to the red and blue doors with the bucket? Please let this be the case.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking
Oh,
bucket,
I
you'll say.
can't
How
believe I
ridiculous.
forgot this
Oh,
ending.
absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the
I
king of
can't
comedy, that's for
believe
sure.
I forgot this
The
ending.
bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
These are not the 2 rooms I want to go back to. These are not the 2 rooms I want to go back to. How does this work out again in the original one? Because the original one was quite interesting too when you unplug it without the bucket, right? And then you gotta, now I'm doing it with the bucket, which I can't believe I forgot that ending.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
So if I go to the right, what happens? Doesn't it not just continue on?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off.
Yeah.
The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake.
Yeah.
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
You don't,
again.
I don't need to watch it with you though.
Surely that will help me improve my...
I don't need to watch it with you though.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly.
No.
There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
I broke your joke?
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
I actually tried to listen. Oh.
You love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions
Pale in
comparison.
Yes. Good one.
Well, let me try that again.
You're pale in comparison. This
I heard that you
a
are
bucket of
pale
laughter.
with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not?
This is the outer body experience
Pale
one,
with
right?
shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar.
That's actually not bad. No, keep
Get
going.
away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes.
Jukes.
And more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
Don't cut
That's
me.
what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Good grief. So this was the outer body experience one. Man, I can't believe I forgot the phone unplugging thing with the bucket. I can't believe I skipped that one. My brain completely blanked on it.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Unbelievable. Well, we saw
Stanley
the credits.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Yeah, we're not going anywheres with this. So either way, it's done. We're finished. We got the credits to roll again on an ending that I forgot all about. I thought I did all of the endings and I forgot to unplug the phone.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
I clung it to my cheek? Well, I can end off on a good song, but we heard that one too. There is no other... The only other ending that's left is to keep resetting until we get the blue office. No. So we got to keep resetting, and again, my friend did it for over an hour, and it never happened. And then I randomly got it on the playthrough before. So yeah, it's probably... We're not going to be able to get the whiteboard ending with the bucket. And I'm definitely not doing...
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
This is a different thingy. This is a different layout.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, so is this a different layout?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
They skipped the
and here it was.
all
Had
of
the
the
bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
Okay, it was a different layout, but we skipped the thingy. I was hoping we'd be able to get to the new content. Would have been wonderful. But either way, I think we should call it quits here, because so let me know what you think about my bucket idea for a thingy. And I would not be impressed if someone said, yeah, that does exist in this game for some reason. Look at it load. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So I got the bucket.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
And we actually got the blue rooms right away. So I think this is just a gag ending though, right? There's no ending to this. Yeah, and then
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Okay, so I think there's only one way to...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
There's only one way to get the dog sound to match with other animals.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Like, go up and down the elevator, I lose friendship with the bucket, so we're not doing that one. I can't bark in the elevator? Why? We actually got the
elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
All right, so
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
gonna take a while to get there.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
So,
the monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
cradle that bucket. Oh, I love the narration of the bucket bit.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Shock bark.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Rollerblading is what it wants to do.
Raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I want to sneeze in every country
he
possible.
screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
You can't bark on elevators, everybody.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
So, I still think there might be an ending, I just can't seem to get it to work. These buttons were working when it was like 5 was purple and whatever colors were happening, and then when it came to like another color, and when I click here, it didn't really work. And then it said you only have a few more attempts left, and then I'm assuming if you get it right and you hit the red button, you can stop the explosion from happening. But I don't know, I can't seem to make it work. But with the barking thing, we could have probably another good animal video to end on. Why not? So we should
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
The button did it.
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
No,
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
the bucket never did.
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly.
Silly birds.
The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
It did.
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
I was happy again. Yes, there you go. I can't believe I made it to the phone and then I completely blanked on it. So yeah, I guess this is
All
over.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
There's no other
Stanley
ending
decided to go to the meeting room.
that I
Perhaps he
want
had
to
simply
do.
missed a memo.
That I really want to do, that I don't, that I know of. And the ones that I don't know of, I'm not going to be doing, so, because I can't figure them out. But the one that I do know, I'm not doing that one. That's just foolish to do a game for 4 hours. Push a button for 4 hours is not what I want to do. We'll never see that
how
ending.
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Really.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Yeah, the magic bucket has a wonderful story if we step out this window. All right, yeah, let's call it here. Let's call it here. We're done the Stanley Parable, this time for real. I truly wish my my idea would have came through, but it didn't happen, sadly. So it is what it is. Sometimes you can't be funny all the time. I'll go with that. Oh. So high up I saw up into there that I've never seen before. Either way, it is what it is. The game is officially done. I have no idea what I'm going to do tomorrow. I thought I was done this game last night when I thought I was done, and I was like, what game am I gonna play? And then I came up with a few more ideas, and it kind of worked out. And I did get the epilogue that just gave me a few more bits of stuff. But yeah, I tried to see if I could get the game to reset back to the new content, and it just doesn't seem to work. So I have no idea how to make that happen. If there's some way to have it happen where you got the new content and you get the bucket, and then you can somehow go through it again. Because yeah, I was really hoping to have a complete sequence break, but it didn't happen again. So, and I tried again. I even reset the game to make it happen. Nothing happened. I did find out though that you can go through the epilogue without the bucket, and you can send it through the escape pod and then have it show up in the epilogue, which was pretty cool too. And the ending that I forgot, which was what we just saw with the silly comedic timing video. Yeah, that was great. Either way, with that, the Stanley Parable is officially done. And I really hope to find more games like this, especially ones that are 99% funny. Again, there's some jokes in there that I'll never laugh at, but like, this game is so well done, so well written. And the fact that my choices, I mean, I won't say matter, but my choices, something is said when I do something, and I kind of like that. There's not a lot of games where I do something and the choices do matter, or like this game, me choosing to listen to them or not listen to them, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens when I do it. So I like that. And yeah, the well-written, well thought out game. And again, very funny, very clever stuff was being said throughout this whole game. Like, again, saying that they're not going to reward you with the collecting the trophies and then having a whole giant bit on it is so clever and so smart, and that's just one of those moments in this game, and there's so many extra moments like that in this game. So yeah, this is a well put together game, and it's from 2013. And again, I've been playing a lot of newer games, and even I don't feel the newer games are up the snuff to the old games that I've already played, and this one here is now another old game that I'm like, wow, I really like this one too. Yeah, I have not been enjoying a lot of the newer games lately, and yeah, it's interesting to see where games are going now, and the creativity. If it's here in 2013, why is it not here in this year? Games like this, ideas and innovations, and newer ways to just push things, and I don't know, fun. What happened to fun in video games? It's been a long time since I had a lot of fun in a video game. In a new video game, my bad, in a new video game. Been playing a lot of old video games and been really enjoying them. So yeah, that. And this game just brings it back out again, where I'm just like, man, this is an old game, but I had so much fun with this, and I've been laughing a lot and smiling a lot. And yeah, it's sad that it's over, but I managed to get actually 3 episodes out of this game. And yeah, there was some twists and turns and surprises along the way. So yeah, this has been a nice little journey. I'm so glad I finally had a chance to play this game, knowing that this game existed for years, and then and now finally being able to play it. So yeah, that's what I want to say. And whatever the company wishes to do, crows, and whatever the other names that just out of the top of my head. Yeah, I would love to see more. I know there's another old game. When I type into Stanley Parable, Stanley and look the search for Doctor something does show up from like a long time ago. But I wonder what else they're working on or thinking of doing. I have no idea. I don't follow games. I don't know what they do every day. I've never really done that. For any game, even Square, I don't even do that. And that is or was one of my favorite game companies. I don't know if they still are at this point. Not since Final Fantasy 16 at least. The new game. But yeah, I don't know. This game here was nice. Again, I actually kind of really like the bucket bit that you've done. You added the whole bucket bit to everything. And yeah, it was quite good. It was quite good. Either way, with that, yeah, we'll figure out what we're going to do tomorrow. I guess I'll just think about it again all day today. I doubt I'm going to come up with something else to keep playing this game for another episode. And no, I'm not doing that 4-hour button pushing thing live. So I doubt I'll be able to be clever enough to come up with something else. So this should be the finale. This should be the end. And yeah, we'll go with that. So thanks, Heavenlies, for showing up and watching. And seriously, if you like what I'm doing, please hit those buttons you do by now, and I will see you all in the next episode. Take care.